Yeah, I'm gonna go somewhere slightly quieter. So, yeah. Okay. Just if you just switch. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Barada. I'm here from Parliament Square with Welsh rebels in Cymru, and today they are here to protest against continued investment in fossil fuels and everything else that is driving this climate catastrophe. Good morning to everyone who's logging in for the first time. I don't know how many of you will have caught the live stream that we were doing yesterday with the giant pink chair in the middle of 7 Dials. But if you're here today, biggest welcome to everyone who's new to XR, everyone who would love to be here but can't, but is sending their spirit from wherever you are at home. You are so valid and so welcome here. Today we're going to be following the different actions that are happening around London. So starting here with XR Cymru, but also going on to see the elders and XR grandparents with their greening your pension protest. That's later on this afternoon around somewhere else in London. Sorry, I don't know exact location. We'll also be looking at penitents, different arts and creative activities, and just keeping you up with anything that is happening here on the ground in London. So stay tuned and see what happens. Just drop in followers on our Facebook or on our YouTube. Have a brilliant day of remote digital rebellion.
Climate justice! Now! Rebellion! Rebellion! Climate justice! Now! Climate justice! Now! Now!
If you don't want to be, that's fine.
Good?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a really, it's we've been doing it just right, we've just been doing it. Actually, they gave the green light to a new different light in Cumbria.
If I line up a couple of people for interviews.
Shouting.
I'm live streaming. It's not live.
England since the Second War. Greenwash. Greenwash. Rose petrol diesel duties for 11 consecutive years. Greenwash. Greenwash. This government cut grants for electric car buyers with immediate effect. Greenwash. Greenwash. They cut air passenger duty for short and medium haul flights for the 9th year in a row. Greenwash! Greenwash! The UK government failed to call in expansion plans at 6 major commercial UK airports. Greenwash! Greenwash! They withdrew funds over 1 billion from the flagship Green Homes Grant Home Insulation Programme. Greenwash! Greenwash! They are filing 17 out of 21 annual progress indicators for their CO2, as voted by the own government climate change committee. Greenwash! Greenwash! And the own public accounts committee of UK government said that the government has no coordinated plan with clear milestones towards achieving the net zero gas emissions and the target. Greenwash! 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 Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! Good morning, everyone. It's lovely to see you all. Welcome. Here's another speaker.
I'm being told that this will be taken away if we continue to use the megaphone. How many people here have heard people speak on amplified equipment in Parliament Square? I have. Since when has it been right for our voices to be taken away in this manner?
So your voices aren't being taken away. You do it, Ddraig! I'm not going to use that because we're not allowed to use it, but under the POSA, you're not allowed to say No, but other people abuse it. Other people, Christians abuse it.
I'm just passing.
Yeah. Or one ball for one for another. One ball for one, and next one for another, eh? I'm not
This morning because it's not mine and I don't want to do it. Briefly, we're going to continue to speak on this until it's taken away. One of the first principle of Extinction Rebellion is that we tell the truth. So let's just briefly talk about the truth for a moment. At the moment, globally, we're at 1.2 degrees above the pre-industrial average. In fact, last year, we were at 1.28 degrees. The accumulated greenhouse gases we have already emitted into the atmosphere, if we were to stop all emissions today, would continue to heat the world by at least 0.2 degrees. This means that, in effect, we are already at 1.5 degrees C. I'm in the fortunate position of having had to interview a lot of climate scientists recently, and none of them, unfortunately, have eased my mind in any of these regards. We are, in effect, already at 1.5 degrees C. So what we hear in the news about what we need to do to get there, we have to face the reality that this is not an achievable target minus technologies that we don't have. Everybody says that we needed to do this yesterday. We needed to do this yesterday. People have to start listening. People have to come out. The fact is that our policymakers will continue to procrastinate unless they feel a sense of public pressure and a sense of urgency. And we, Extinction Rebellion, are the only group who are applying that pressure in a meaningful way. We had activists on the front of the Financial Times today and of the Telegraph. We are back. Yay. COVID broke my spirit for a while, and I imagine it broke many of yours. But the situation has become worse and will continue to become worse. Our children and everybody's children around the world face a future only if our policymakers move. And our policymakers will only move if the public tell them to move. It is our absolute responsibility to be here. It is the absolute responsibility of everybody we know to be here. It is an outrage that everybody in this city is not here in Parliament Square at the moment demanding a future for their children. So please continue to come. We must. It is our absolute right and our absolute obligation. And we must tell everybody we know to come as well. Because if we don't, the consequences do not bear thinking about. Thank you very much.
What do we want? When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! Anyone else want to risk arrest and come and talk? Alright, I'll stay here then. What do we want to talk about? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! Join!
Hello, I'm an ordinary woman. I'm 62 years old. Hello, can you hear me? I'm an ordinary woman. My name's Chrissy. I'm 62 years old. And until I met the glorious Extinction Rebellion, I was never involved in climate politics. Extinction! I have realised they educated me in half an hour about the urgency of standing up and taking action. I am appealing to all the women of the UK of about my age, we've had it good. I've had a home all my life. I have never known hunger. I have always had work. And although employed in quite a lowly position, I've been able to buy a house, and I even have a small pension. If I'm not going to stand up for the children of the planet, who the hell is? Yeah. I urge you, when we get to 60, they tell us, do this, have Botox, you're discarded, you're finished. I'm going to tell you, if you join Extinction Rebellion, you will be reborn. You will be standing on the right side of history, and you will be able to say, I am standing with some of the most brilliant people I have ever met in my life. People who you can count on. People who are not going to jet off to Corfu when Afghanistan has been left in tatters. No! Let me just say something as someone who has been married to a wonderful man from Iran for 31 years. If you have a Muslim as your friend, they will share their last piece of bread with you. If you have a Muslim friend who loves you, they will lay down their life for you. Let us stop this brainwashing that this imperialist, colonial capitalist system is destroying us and diverting us from our true mission in life, to live in harmony with nature, with our brothers, with our sisters, with the animals, with the rivers and the forests. Let's get by cooperation, love and sharing. Fuck capitalism!
Rebellion! Rebellion!
Extinction!
Rebellion!
What do we want?
Climate justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Climate justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Rupert. He's going to talk about what he's going to talk about.
Thanks everyone, I'm Rupert Reed. It's good to see you all here today. And it's obvious that the police are going to be here.
Sorry, we want to hear from more ordinary women first. We need to hear from more
May I just say a word about the policing?
Okay.
That's all I wanted to do. I want to say a word about the policing because we are at risk of having this megaphone taken away, as you may have gathered. And I have to say that the way that Extinction Rebellion is being policed this time is really quite problematic. Right? This is one example. Another example, I was down at the pink table this morning near Leicester Square, and they're soaring that up as we speak, and they're blocking all the streets. In other words, it's the police, not the protesters, that are actually causing the disruption. The police are blocking all the streets, whereas all we were doing was blocking one particular intersection. Now, this is a choice. This is political policing. If you look at the way that the G7 was policed in Cornwall recently, I was there, probably some of you were there, it was very different. It was much more participatory policing. They facilitated the protest. The choice that the police are making here today is a choice. The choice that Cressida Dick is making in choosing how to police these protests as a whole is a choice. They can make a different choice. You will see a different choice being made, I confidently predict, at the G7 protest, at the COP26, in Glasgow in November. Crucial to come to that. You'll see the Scottish police, I predict, being, again, much more participatory. So I want to say to the men and to all of us here today, please let's make the right choices. The police should be choosing to facilitate this protest. What harm does this do? This one little megaphone. We're surrounded by all this traffic, right? Surely they should allow this to go ahead. This is completely peaceful, and we're not even blocking any roads, right? So whenever the police try to clamp down hard, here today, this week, next week, please make sure that everyone realizes that they and everyone realizes doing so is a choice, and it's the wrong choice, and they can make a different choice. Let's all help them to make the right choice for a common future. Thank you, everyone.
Oh no, I've just ejected the batteries. Okay. Okay, thank you. You can probably tell by the fact that I've just ejected the batteries rather than turning this thing on how used to public speaking we are. You can probably tell by the fact that I've just ejected the batteries rather than turning the thing on how used to public speaking I am. But we were over there grieving when that other lady was speaking. We were sobbing together, and I don't actually know what I want to say. I just know that I want to be here. I am acting without any expectation of success. But I feel like it's the right place to be. It's where my conscience is at. It's where I feel I need to be. And I just want to say that this movement gets a lot of criticism for being a white middle class movement. I'm a working class person who's always one paycheck away from being homeless. And because of the actions that I take with Extinction Rebellion, because I really love this planet. It's beautiful, it's so beautiful. We've been given this Eden. So for me, to defend all life on Earth is the most natural thing in the world that a person can do. And for that, I'm being held to a disciplinary at my workplace. I work with wildlife. For protecting wildlife, I'm facing disciplinary procedures. I'm facing court action. I'm currently surrounded by the police that are supposed to, be upholding my rights and protecting me. And on that, I want to say something as well. I am so sorry to, my black, brown, and ethnic minority brothers and sisters. I had no idea about your pain. I've lived most of my life in ignorance. Grown up in an education system that has programmed me to be a certain way, and I'm so sorry. And I'm so grateful to this movement to open my eyes a little bit, and I hope that continues. And I'm just so grateful to everyone that's here. And our numbers may not be huge, but I feel like our hearts are, and our faith is, and I still feel like I'm in the right place. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we're going to hear from John.
Right, first of all, can you hear me? Have I got this on correctly? Yeah? No?
Needs to be louder.
Okay, is that better? No. Is that better? Okay. Okay, right now, okay. Okay, so now I'm going to just mention a couple of things. First of all, I used to work in that building there, and then I'm going to mention a couple of facts about the reasons why we are here, and then I'm going to talk a tiny bit about white privilege, because I think for people like me, it's relevant that we should talk about our privilege. Now, I used to work in that building there, that's the Treasury building. I used to work for HM Revenue and Customs. I had a career there, and I was fortunate enough, incredibly lucky enough, to actually be given an early retirement package at the age of 52. And I went off and I dedicated my time, my pension, my life. This struggle is my life. And that is one of the things about white privilege, that I earn a lot of money there working for the government. Now, loads of my friends who just go off and play around the golf every day and chinwag and talk about them, wherever it is they choose them, and go flying off for holidays abroad, and they'll have a great time. But your white privilege, let's not deny it. Let's not, pretend it's not true. There is a white privilege because doors open for me more easily than they open for others. And for years, people like me had the benefit of that. People like President Dick have had the benefit of that. People like Boris Johnson. People like David Cameron. Oh boy, the doors open for David Cameron and Boris Johnson.
Hi everyone, I'm really delighted to be able to have the opportunity to speak over this live stream. You can see what's going on now. We've got some incredible Welsh rebels and other rebels just off Parliament Square outside, I think, HM Revenue and Customs, and somehow these incredible rebels have managed to get lock-ons right in the middle of the road, just off Parliament Square. By the look of it, they've done an incredible job. And to be honest, it just feels like a privilege. There's a little location, isn't that clever? A little location. So if you're in London, get yourself down there. Support these beautiful people. I find it hard to actually put into words the love that I feel for these people. It's really quite emotional. I've been listening to the live stream for a good while now, and the speeches, if you were listening to those speeches in the last half hour or so, my goodness, they were amazing. Absolutely amazing, really humbling, so human, so much love. And you can see also on this shot now, the police are they're getting pretty heavy-handed, aren't they? They're straight in there. And as Rupert Reed mentioned briefly on his speech a minute ago, that the Met have really chosen how they're policing this. They're chosen to intervene, to be heavy-handed, and they're not being proportionate, are they? They're really not being proportionate. We know that, but look at these beautiful rebels. They are incredible. The Welsh flag flying there. I feel very proud. I'm part Welsh myself. So Exile Cymru, thank you for all you're doing. And everyone that's down there. And if you're in London and you're watching this, if you're already in rebellion and you're somewhere else in the city, come on down. HMRC offices, they need you right now. If you're watching this at home and maybe you're interested and sympathetic to the rebellion, but you've not made that step to get involved yet, climate refugees, it's real, it's happening now, folks. So if you're watching this, I know there are many people who are sympathetic to the movement. The polls tell us that the vast majority of people are really concerned and want real action, and they want action on climate more than they want action on the economy. They've realised that actually the ecology is more important than the economy now. So people are on our side, and children and families are suffering and dying as we speak. We know that, don't we? So if you're watching this at home and there's any way you can get to London, come on down. You will be welcomed with open arms. And if you don't feel you can get arrested, there's lots and lots of things you can do to support us. There's talks and trainings going on. You can get the relevant training you need and you can get involved straight away. And if you can't do any of that, just come and be present. Bring your body. You can stay on the pavement. You can stay in an area where you're not risking arrest if that's of a concern for you. Just come and join us. And if you're shielding at home or you're unable to physically join us, look up Digital Rebellion. You can do some online rebelling to support us. You can donate on our donations page to support rebels, support those people who risk arrest and have legal fees and so on. These incredible people. Many of us, most of us, take time off work, away from families to be here, myself included. So, get on the streets. I'll be joining these wonderful people later in the day when I'm not talking to media and other things. So please do support us in any way you can. It's so important that we break through this culture war that the media and the government are playing. We know this is not about culture wars. It's not about clickbait. It's not about TV ratings. It's way, way beyond that. This is about life and death, as all of the incredible speakers in the last half hour have so passionately said. It's totally indisputable. We have a moral weight upon our shoulders, don't we? We are the generation alive now. It's upon us to take this action. So support it in any way you can. We know that people on the whole are behind what we're doing. You might not like the way we're doing it, but we have no choice. Believe me, many of us have tried everything else. And indeed, diesel does kill, doesn't it? All fossil fuels, unfortunately, kill. And, we know this latest IPCC report makes grim reading. Most of us have known the truth for ages, but nonetheless, this latest report says very, very, very clearly every ton of CO2 emitted into the atmosphere causes more harm. Every ton. And there's pictures of, there's burning in Wales going on. My goodness, a fire in Wales. That's really shocking. In the Welsh valleys. And if you are in Wales or care about Wales, as I do, from family history, then if you look at the global flooding map, there are beautiful parts of Wales that are going to be underwater in the next years to come. Not in a distant time away, but in years to come. So whatever part of the country that you're from or that you care about, none of us are safe. All of the places that we love and that we care about are at threat. And I can, Greece used to be a place that maybe some people have been on holiday or might dream of going on holiday, but now it looks like an apocalyptic nightmare, doesn't it? This is here now, folks. It's here now. And we are the alarm clock. And people might not like the alarm clock, just like kids don't like being woken up by their mums when they've got to go somewhere early in the morning. But, you know, we've all got to be the alarm clock. So join us and raise the alarm, because people are waking up, but our politicians and our banking system, oh my goodness, they are so far from awake. So yes, I was proud to be part of the Barclays actions taken earlier this year. Really proud to call Barclays out as the worst fossil fuel funder in Europe. 144 billion they've spent on fossil fuels in the last 5 years since the Paris Agreement. So these banks have done this in the full knowledge of what they were doing. They can't plead ignorance. And with this latest IPCC report, it could not be clearer. You know, are you on the side of justice and life, or are you on the side of criminality and death? We can't say it any clearer. And, you know, our wonderful colleagues in the Stop Ecocide campaign are on a long journey to make ecocide a crime. It's going to be a crime in the international courts, and it's, you know, it's making its way. It's on that long journey, and they've now defined the crime of ecocide. It's got a set of wording around it that's been put together by some of the world's leading barristers. So what's really clear now is people who are not on the side of the science and the truth, you know, hopefully in the not too distant future, they're going to be in the courts facing ecocide charges. So these people in the governments and in the fossil fuel industry, in the banks, in these investment houses across London, they're going to be in the courts facing ecocide charges. So they really need to realise this. It's totally untenable what they're doing. And you know, we just have to keep doing this, don't we? We have no choice. We have no choice. And that sticker that we saw there, or that sign saying oil and gas cause war, they're so right, aren't they? They are so right. You know, when scarcity hits, when food shortages hit, when water, you know, we're in water wars around different parts of the world already. We know that, don't we? We know that the Syrian conflict has been exacerbated by droughts that led to crop failures, that feed into extremism when people can't get food for their families. You know, you and I would be no different. We need to feed our families. And we don't make enough connection with the food supply. You know, there are crops being devastated all around the world. Crop prices have gone through the roof for some crops in different continents. Only last year, the UK's wheat harvest was down by 40% in 1 year. But of course, that didn't make the BBC or any mainstream media, because they don't want to, I don't know. I don't even know where they are anymore. I'm almost beyond words. The BBC seems to have lost its way totally on this agenda. Totally lost its way. And we are beyond any conversation about balance, aren't we? I had the privilege of speaking for our beautiful movement very briefly on the Jeremy Vine show this morning on Channel 5. And, you know, what are you doing, Channel 5? What are you doing? You have this, you know, this panel of two people, one person supporting XR and one woman, just Carol Malone, I think her name was, just ranting about how we've got no plan. Why the hell is it our job to have a plan? We're not the government. We're normal, ordinary men, women, young people, grandmas, grandpas. What the hell? I'm not an international policy specialist. I'm a mum. It's not my job to have a plan. It's the government's job to have a plan. It's the International Energy Agency's job to have a plan. It's the bank's job to have a plan. It's not my job to have a plan. It's not your job to have a plan, folks, on the streets. It's our job to raise the alarm. And for governments, corporations, and all these national and international bodies who are supposed to be running the show, it's their job to have a plan. We have to make them have a plan. It's not our job to know all the answers, but we know the truth, don't we? We really clearly know the truth. And yeah, we know that flying insect populations have dropped by 75% in Germany and many other countries. We know that HMRC, oh my God, HMRC are banking with Barclays. What? What's that about? I think probably quite a lot of parts of government bank with Barclays. But HMRC, that's bonkers. They have huge amounts of money going through their accounts, don't they? All of our taxes go through their accounts. Why are they making Barclays richer? That really is bonkers. So thank you to beautiful Welsh rebels for highlighting the sheer bonkersness of our government. You know, our tax money must be going to a Barclays bank account. What? What? Come on, HMRC, you can do better than that. You really can. You really can do better than that. You know, I think I can hear some other voices in the background, but I think I should keep going for the moment until someone tells me not to. But HMRC, really, I can't believe that the civil servants in HMRC think this is a good thing. There are some, you know, good people working in our civil service. Some of them are really sympathetic to us and what we're doing. Probably would love to join us on the side, and maybe some of them already do, but don't talk about it. You know, if you're in the civil service and you're watching this, you know, we love you too. If you're in HMRC, do whatever you can to get them to move their bank account. Now, wouldn't that be a good bit of media? HMRC move bank account to Triodos or someone else more ethical. You know, make Barclays do the right thing and pull out of fossil fuels. It's not rocket science, is it? It's never been rocket science, guys. It's never been rocket science. And only this morning, Carol Malone was berating us and berating me for not having a plan. What? It's not our job to have a plan. But what we do have is really, really clear demands. You know, tell the truth, act now. We have an immediate demand of stop funding all new fossil fuel projects now, end of, full stop. Do it now. That's the first step governments need to do. It's super clear. And we need citizens' assemblies at every level, local, national, global. Super, super clear. What's not to like? You know, what's not to like? And in fact, I was just looking up this morning in case it came up in the conversation about gender balance, you know, because I realised I was going to be interviewed by Trisha Goddard on the Jeremy Vine show, and you know she's a woman, so I thought she might be interested in citizens' assemblies and gender and race and 34% women in Parliament at the moment. But you know, one of the wonderful things about citizens' assemblies, of course, is they automatically be 50% women. So you know, right away you've got an equality of women's voices, different age groups, different backgrounds, levels of wealth, different ethnicities, you know, all the things that the richness of the human family in this country and beyond would be represented. It's truly beautiful. So, yeah. Oh, you can see that beautiful rebel has brought a picture. It looks like it's her and her son. I've seen a number of rebels. Yeah, there's, oh, bless her. There are her two sons. And I mean, it's, as a mum, it's hard for me to find words. Really, it's hard to find words to express that. I don't know if you were listening or at the beautiful pink table yesterday, whether you heard the live stream or you were there, but one of the speakers was an 11-year-old girl, and she knew, you know, she was talking about, she's learnt this stuff at school, and she knows about climate, and she knows about the injustices, and she knows about the inequalities that are connected to the system that causes the destruction. And she's got a 5-year-old brother. She's got two brothers, one's 2 and one's 5. And she was talking about how the 2-year-old's really only a baby, and he doesn't know what's going on. He's a baby. But she already at the age of 11 is concerned about the future for her 2 brothers, age 5 and 2. I mean, 11-year-old children should not be having to worry about this. It's not right. It's not right. You know, they need us to be the grown-ups in the room. They need us to be the adults in the room.
£30 billion into the fossil fuel industry since the Paris Agreement in 2015.
He's so right.
HMRC, who do they bank with? Barclays. Every man, woman and child who pays taxes can be paid into Barclays.
Wow.
HMRC
Wow. That's really impactful, isn't it?
The climate crisis we face today. So are we, because they make us so. That's why we're here today. That's why our target is here today, to demand HMRC divest from Barclays, and the Barclays divest from fossil fuels.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more, Excel Cymru. Couldn't agree more. Let's just listen to the speech. And,
procurement policy forbids them from using unsustainable suppliers and contractors. Are Barclays Bank sustainable? No! HMRC therefore sustainable? What do we demand? Divestment! Divestment! We're going to do a little song. I have to get my words out.
Chap, have you got the chance to do some training in the park? You could check this out if anyone doesn't want to be here.
There's some training going on in the park if you don't like my singing. I don't know why. I'm Welsh, I should be able to sing. To explain, this does contain graphic images that you may want to erase from your memory. But it's simple, you just repeat after me. We do the chorus first. It's a US marching song. So you repeat after me. Divest, divest. Divest, divest. Divest, divest from the east to the west. Divest, divest, divest. Divest, divest from the east. You brilliant, you lot, I tell you. It gets a little bit more complicated. Now, how many people speak Welsh? Enough. I'll keep it in English. Repeat after me. Barclays Bank and HMRC. Barclays Bank and HMRC. Therein bed is plain to see. Therein bed is plain to see. Where do we pay our hard-earned taxes? Where do we pay our hard-earned taxes? They go into greenhouse gases. They go into greenhouse gases. Government procurement policy. Government procurement policy. Forget about that, I know Rishi. Divest, divest. Divest, divest from the east to the west. Divest, divest, divest. Divest from the east to the west. Divest, divest, divest. How can we cut our emissions? How can we cut our emissions? When the banks are investing billions. When the banks are investing billions. They don't care about you and me. They don't care about you and me. Only in the money tree. Only in the money tree. When the earth is burnt and bare. When the earth is burnt and bare. You won't see them anywhere. You won't see them anywhere. Divest, divest. Divest, divest. Divest, divest. If you got a big chest. Divest, divest, divest. Who's in charge of our police? Pretty Patel and the secret police. Pretty Patel and the secret police. She don't get the situation. She don't get the situation. Cause Rupert Murdoch's got her attention. They can't protest in this place. They can't protest in this place. And she sits down by his face. And she sits down by his face. Divest, divest. Divest, divest. Divest, divest. We'll put it to the test. Divest, divest, divest. Divest, divest. Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about tomorrow. Boris Johnson's ahead of. Boris Johnson's ahead. Oh, come on, I'm trying, yeah? We will see our economy grow. We will see our economy grow. It's got a trade deal with the UFO. Got a trade deal with the UFO. And if you like a different harbour. We'll just give you Keir Starmer. Divest, divest. Divest, divest, if you know what's best. Divest, divest, divest. In the courts they got a dilemma. They don't know what's for the better. The judge says the decision's easy. The law says they're all guilty. But when he puts it to a jury, they just say they're doing their duty. Divest, divest. Divest, divest, because there's no time left. Divest, divest, divest. Divest, divest, because there's no time left. Divest, divest. Divest, divest, because there's no time left. Divest, divest, divest.
Hi everyone, I am currently in Whitehall, where various Extinction Rebellion rebels have locked onto oil barrels and other lock-ons to protest against Barclays investment. I'm just going to interview this very brave lady here and ask her about what she's got with her. So hi, I'm live streaming to XR Facebook and XR YouTube page. Can you just tell me why you're here and what you've brought with you?
I'm here because, as we all know, the government declared a climate emergency. Since then, they have done nothing. We're on the brink of catastrophe, the extinction of humanity. We're on track for 4 degrees of global warming, possibly up to 9 degrees. 3 degrees means the entirety of Africa will be unfarmable. We're looking at mass global food shortages, mass refugees. And I have 2 nephews who I love more than anything. And I want to, in 10 years' time, when they're old enough to know what's happening, and they ask me what I did about it, I want to tell them I did absolutely everything that I can. I've never done this before. I'm not a rule breaker, but this is too important. We all need to be here. Everybody needs to be doing this.
Do you have a message for people at home, particularly those who perhaps can't get out to the streets for, whatever healthcare or responsibilities they have or the work that they have? Do you have a message for them? How can they help?
I mean, there's so many different roles. You don't need to be doing this. XR has people behind the scenes. It has people from home. Has people who can't take risks at all. So please, your local group is desperate for you. You don't have to. You can take baby steps, but every baby step is a step in the right direction.
Thank you. So we can see that the police are beginning to move in. For all of you at home, I know that it seems like a really dramatic thing to be doing, to be blocking off roads, but I think it's really important as a way of raising awareness and raising the alarm because no one is doing anything. But it doesn't mean that you have to lock on in order to make a difference. You have your power. You could tweet, retweet, tell friends, write to your politicians, make some noise, do whatever you can. We can't just let the planet burn around us. Hi, I like your t-shirt, No Music on a Dead Planet. Can you just sort of let me know why you're here? What is it that you're, why are you here? What are you protesting for? What messages do you have for anyone who's listening at home?
So I'm here because, well, not because I want to be, but because the government continue to invest in fossil fuels. Our tax-paying money is being sent abroad, and it's also being spent here in the UK. I'm here for my daughter, who's 6 months old, but not only her, but the 1.1 billion children that UNICEF have said are at risk of flooding and climate chaos around the world. And I don't know how I can take the government seriously at the moment when their own pension fund is invested in fossil fuels. And they talk the talk, they're not walking the walk. We need them to cut off the lines of fossil fuels. It's code red for humanity, as the IPCC report said only a couple of weeks ago. And we need action. I don't want to be here, but unfortunately, this is all I feel I can do right now. I'm in lots of campaign groups for years and years and years, and where does it get me? Where does it get us? It's really frustrating, and that's why I'm here with others.
Thank you. I'll just sort of pick up on the one thing that this gentleman said at the beginning about the UNICEF report. A recent UNICEF report stated that almost every child will be impacted by pollution and climate change. That's almost every child. And half of all children are at an extreme risk of impact. That means that more than one thing will affect them, whether that could be a mix of pollution and rising sea levels. It could be food shortages and water shortages, increasing heat, flooding, increased humidity in combination with heat. I think it's worth just letting that sink in for a moment, just what an impact climate change will have. I'm just going to put this lady, but first I just want to show you the image that she's holding. One side says water scarcity. This is some flooding. I'm not sure you can see the picture because I'm not sure what's being shown, but it's yeah. So this is flooding in one of the tube stations that happened in London recently. So you can see that climate change is not affecting just people around the world in the global south, but it's also affecting us here today. I'm just going to ask this lady why she's here. I can see that you're locked on to some wooden structure, or like minor wooden structure in Whitehall. Why are you here today, and what message do you have for anyone who's watching at home?
So I'm here today because it's ridiculous that the UK government is using Barclays, which is funding fossil fuels and therefore climate disaster. And in the year of COP26, when the UK is supposed to be leading towards a climate solution, they still behave like this. It's unspeakably ridiculous. We've no time left. It's time to divest from banks like Barclays.
Thank you. And a note for anyone at home: if you are banking with someone, you're not quite sure, we know where they may be invested, I encourage you just to ask questions. Also, look and see if there's somewhere where you can move your money to. Just a shout out to Triodos, which I know is a bank that will not invest in anything that causes climate change and instead puts money into green energies and anything that leads to social change and social betterment. I'm sure they're not the only one, but do a bit of research, ask some questions, find out if you can put your money somewhere better.
Singer who wrote our song they want to sing. Can you actually ask us to tell us what actually brought you personally here today? The reason why I'm here today is because we all know we're in a climate crisis. We all know we've got to stop burning fossil fuels, but there's no alternative in the current system. Barclays Bank are the worst investor in fossil fuels in Europe, 130 billion since the Paris Climate Agreement. Can you imagine what the £130 billion would have done if it had gone into insulated homes, if it had gone into providing renewable energy, or even better still finding a way for storing that renewable energy? The only actual action we've taken on climate change since the 1980s is by closing our coal mines. We didn't do that to fight climate change. We did that because it was uneconomical. That's the only. Our government brags that they've cut carbon emissions by 40%. First of all, it's nowhere near 40% if we measure it correctly. And secondly, it's all by accident. They're not investing the money in the technology we need to live in the future. We've got to divest from fossil fuels now. No more investment in fossil fuels. That's XR's demand, and that should be everybody's demand. There is no excuse. We've got to do it now. HMRC use Barclays the bank. So every man, woman and child in this country have to pay their taxes to Barclays. It's not sustainable. Their procurement policy says they have to use sustainable suppliers. They're not using a sustainable supplier. They're breaking their own rules. They have to divest from Barclays Bank, and they have to divest fossil fuels completely into renewable energy now, so that we've got a future. Now, no time. There's no time left. We're on the crest. Climate change is not a binary thing. There's no sort of half safe in it. There's no mitigation. When climate change goes, it's like catching a ball that's falling off the end of the cliff. You either catch it or you don't. If we don't catch it now, it's gone. We've missed our opportunity. Now it's time to act. Not 2050. How can you possibly have a policy, the government policy, zero carbon emissions by 2050? 30 years into the future. 30 years into the future. We'd be lucky if we see past 10 years. We're already on the cusp of hitting 1.5 degrees, which is what the target they put for limiting emissions by the end of the century. Yeah, 80 years early. 80 years early. We're almost in the place where we said we weren't going to be in 80 years' time. 2025 is the target. We led this world into this crisis. We were the originators of the Industrial Revolution. We were responsible for a massive amount of the carbon emissions in the Earth's pollution. It's our responsibility as a wealthy country, as a country that can afford it, to lead the way in the technologies that are there in order to cut out fossil fuels. They are there. All we need is the investment, and all we need the will. The answers are there. We've just got to do what we know is feasible. Thank you for your time.
example, and I used to work in this building here, it's HM Revenue and Customs. And HM Revenue and Customs banks with Barclays Bank. Barclays is one of the worst, if not the worst bank in the country for investing in fossil fuel projects. Now, there's no way that any kind of ethical organisation should ever be banking with Barclays Bank. And yet, if you like, the bank account that virtually, the organisation virtually all of us have to deal with, HMRC, effectively invests in Barclays, and it's got to divest. It's got to close its account with Barclays and demonstrate that we, our country, and we, the people, no longer want to invest in anything horrible like Barclays and investments in fossil fuels. So that's why we're here today. Very, very noisy. But the key message is, I used to work with HM Revenue and Customs. I had a period of time here in this building, and around about 20 years ago we had a big argument. The organisation had a big argument about what sort of advertising it was willing to accept for its internal magazines, because some of its internal magazines were being sponsored by private sector organisations. And we had one very large, well-known private sector organisation that was sponsoring one of our magazines. Stopping what it saw as a war on people to any motorist to drive as fast as they like, when and where they like. It opposed, that organisation opposed speed cameras, speed enforcement, and as a result, people are getting killed. So we had a big argument in there. And the argument came down to the fact that we actually we felt we had a moral purpose, we felt that we had to have an ethical policy, and 20 years ago we made that decision. So why the hell is it, in this day and age, that HM Revenue and Customs is still banking with Barclays? It is inconsistent with its policies. So that's why we're here. We want HMRC out of Barclays. Out of Barclays for good and have nothing to do whatsoever with any evil banking empire that is still investing money in fossil fuels that kill millions of people. You know, this is really what it comes down to. Do you support an industry that kills millions of people, or are you opposed to it? HM Revenue and Customs has to make that decision. Okay?
Thank you.
I would much rather be at home. Yeah. But, it's important that we're here, so many people here, raising awareness of what the government is permitting. We are destroying the planet. Barclays are complicit in it. All our taxes go to Barclays through the tax revenue. Barclays then investing in fossil fuels and destruction of the planet. So we are, by paying taxes, we are aiding and abetting the destruction of life on Earth.
Would you advise people to leave Barclays if they're banking with Barclays?
Definitely, without question. If they haven't done already, they have to wonder why.
Yeah, and to tell everybody.
And to tell everybody. Yeah. We're all in this together. It doesn't matter where you're from or who you are or anything. We're all in it together. We all go down together.
What do you think's going to happen today to you now?
They're going to get arrested. It's a shame that I have 2 children, and I would rather know that I've done this for them rather than not. I think we all have a duty to think of future generations.
Do you think your kids are proud of you?
They are, I know they are.
Yeah.
Without question.
Do you think they might be a bit worried as well, or?
Definitely worried. Nobody wants to get arrested. Nobody wants to waste police time, court time, money that should be spent on other stuff. The likelihood is that if we go to court, it'll just get overturned on appeal. Juries forgive us. They know what we're doing is vital. But the courts have to follow the laws. The laws of the land are not working at the moment.
And what about Barclays as well? Because the head of Barclays, they have quite a lot to do with the media as well, don't they? One paper in particular. Do you think maybe they've got a bit too much power?
Too much power. There's greenwashing going on. There's spinning going on. There's shareholders, all over the place who want to make more money. As if they want to make as much money as they possibly can in the years before the end. They're not thinking of the future. They're thinking their pocket now. And that is anybody who has shares in Barclays, anybody who invests in Barclays, anybody who has the last £5 in Barclays, it all makes a difference. We all carry this together. We all go down together, or we all survive together. We're not on our own in this. We're a fortunate country here. Madagascar, there's half of Madagascar people living on grass and locusts. There's nothing left. The impact is around the world now. We've had floods in London, we've had floods in Germany, we've had fires all over the place. The impact is now. We all have to do what we can now.
That's great, thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers.
This is the edited version of my defence statement that I gave in the City of London Magistrates Court in April. Having been arrested for a Section 14 offence in Parliament Square last September. In the court, I was being called Thomas for the first line. I would like first to thank the court for its time and this opportunity to speak. My name under regular circumstances is Tom. I am 45 years old, a writer and a tutor in creative writing. I have 2 parents of retirement age, and 2 children of primary school age. I am a member of Extinction Rebellion. My son, our son, Edwin, is 11 years old. Edwin is a kind, sharp, long-limbed boy, athletic in a way that I never have been, taller than I was at his age. Edwin, in the mornings, Edwin likes to get up before me, to creep downstairs and hide to make me jump when I come in for my tea. This amuses him endlessly. After this, in the spring and the summer, the 2 of us will often go and walk in the lanes, to test one another on the flowers in the hedgerows. Edwin likes to fight me, and Edwin likes to hug me. He worries. He likes things orderly. At the moment, he's fascinated by the folk guitarist Richard Thompson, although these past few weeks he has also become interested in evolution, especially the famous story of the peppered moth, and in Welsh history, especially the circumstances around the death of Llewellyn ap Griffith. His sister Alice is 8 years old. There are times when I think I'm exaggerating when I say that Alice never stops singing, but this is more or less the case. Unlike Edwin, Alice does not like the morning, but you know when she wakes up because the singing starts. A slightly husky voice, rich with vibrato, powerful enough to be heard throughout the house. She makes up her own songs, as she always has, and the songs are beautiful, perfectly pitched. Until the pandemic closed it down, the children's mother, my partner Charlie, ran a cafe in Bracken, our local town. Outside the cafe there is a sill where Alice would install herself and with a Tupperware pot at her side perform her songs for passers-by. She could sometimes earn more than £10 in an hour. Alice is small and dark in complexion, with hair that reaches past her waist. She is fiery, imaginative, often stroppy, very ticklish, very keen on cuddling, and very, very sociable. When her hair is tied in a bun, she resembles little Pie from the movie stories. In the mornings, normally, we will cycle down to school. On the long narrow road, I will the middle and Edwin will come at the rear. When we reach the busy roundabout at the bottom of the hill, I will go first, with Alice in the middle and Edwin at the rear, and lead them into Llanfaes to their school. We resemble, I often think, a duck with their ducklings.
Thank you. You're amazing. I'm not doing it. Extinction! Sometimes the best thing to do. Everyone just stop. Everybody stopped for a moment and thought that would be one of the best things they could do. Exactly. Yeah. They've got something to think. Just take a pause and think about what we're doing as a country. Look around you, look what's going on. Think about what you're doing here. You are the same as us. There's no difference between you and I. They don't care. Does anyone else? They do care.
This dark material deflates in space. I do this because we all enjoy it, because it settles them down in peace and in security. I do these sorts of things all the time because I'm an ordinary parent.
Hi everybody, I'm Kate and I am at London Bridge Station this morning with the XR UK elders and grandparents who are doing their special action today. It's all about pensions because turns out, who knew, our pensions are absolutely saturated in oil. And I've got Mariana here to tell us about the action, why it's happening.
Hi, I'm Mariana from XR Brighton, and the reason that we're here today is we have one of our demands in XR is that our governments act now, but also our banks and our pensions are invested in fossil fuels. So last week we had the IPCC report, 3,000 climate scientists who have now made it perfectly clear, it's undeniable that the global warming, global heating is caused by human action, i.e. fossil fuels. So we want that to stop. And an easy way would be for our banks and our investment companies, our pension funds, to divest from fossil fuels is something that they can do today. So, for example, we've had some actions with Barclays Bank, who, since the Paris Climate Treaty of 2015, have invested $150 billion in fossil fuels. The largest investor in fossil fuels are actually JP Morgan. So we found it very effective when we do outreach to speak to people. They can go and say to Barclays, I don't want to bank with you anymore, and because I'm scared, I'm terrified for my children, and will you please stop investing in fossil fuels? So the word we use is divesting. Now the biggest investment fund in the City of London is called BlackRock. Many people may not have heard of it, but they're a kind of fund of funds, and they have up to $3 trillion. Can you imagine? Under investment. So if we could just get one company to divest from fossil fuel, it would be a huge benefit for our planet, for our children, and this is why I rebel, this is why we rebel. So it's a lovely come together today, the elders and the grandparents at London Bridge.
So, Mariana, do you think that the majority of pensioners in this country have got any idea?
I don't know, and I think that's why it's so important when we do outreach on the streets of our cities, when we stand in front of Barclays and we tell people I think generally now are aware about the climate crisis. People are also terrified, and but one of the things that you can do for the climate crisis is speak to your bank. Tell Barclays you don't want them investing, or move your money away. And this is a part of Extinction Rebellion we call Money Rebellion.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Let me know if there's...
When the whistle goes, everybody points at the banner. quite a cool idea. And so in a minute, thank you, Mariana, I shall go and find one or two other of our elders to have a chat with.
Let me know if you have further questions.
Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Kate. It's so important what you're doing.
Thank you.
I work for Reuters, so the media.
Okay. Now then. My name's Dave. Hello. Yeah, hi, I'm live streaming for XR UK. I just wondered if you'd like to tell me why you're here today.
Because I really want the government to divest from fossil fuel. Well, I want the government to act about fossil fuels, and anybody who holds pensions that include fossil fuels, I want them to divest, because our carbon emissions are still rising, and they're rising dangerously. We have to stop using fossil fuels.
How long were you kind of unaware, you know, as a penny, don't mind me saying that?
No, I don't.
So I'm one too, but how long did it take you to kind of realise how dirty our pensions are?
The full impact, I think, came to me after I'd heard the heading for Extinction talk. When I learned about the banks and how they're invested in fossil fuels, particularly Barclays and HSBC, and then the government pension funds, council pension funds, you name it, they've all got shares in fossil fuels. Government's still subsidising fossil fuels. We've got to divest. What a great future for our grandchildren.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. And how do you feel as a rebel, as an elder in this movement?
I feel furious beyond belief with an inactive government.
Despite 50 years of such fine organisations as Greenpeace and Friends of the Earth, fundamentally nothing has changed. Our government has not listened. It has failed even on its own terms. In 2019, by the assessment of the CCC, it was 24 out of 25 of its climate targets. As Lord Devon, the chair of the CCC, said at the time, the whole thing is run by the government like a dad's army. We can't possibly go on with this ramshackle system. It doesn't begin to face the issues. It's a real threat to the population. And since then, there has been no improvement. Of the 31 milestones for actions recommended to the government by the CCC, for example, only 2 were fully achieved. In March this year, the Public Accounts Committee concluded that the government has, quote, no plan for addressing climate change. Given which, it might be reasonable to wonder how it was that in May 2019, the UK Parliament came to declare an environment and climate emergency, the first such declaration by any parliament in the world, and that in June the time was the most ambitious target of any major economy. Well, as regards the climate emergency, here I quote Jeremy Corbyn, the then leader of the opposition, has moved that motion on May the 1st, 2019. We are witnessing an unprecedented upsurge of climate activism, with groups like Extinction Rebellion forcing the politicians in the building to listen. Today, we have the opportunity to say, we hear you. We hear you. As regards Theresa May signing into law a target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, here I quote the House of Commons Library acting on climate change, the plan for net zero emissions in the UK. In 2019, following Parliament's declaration of a climate emergency, a recommendation from the Independent Committee on Climate Change, the government legislated for net zero greenhouse gas emissions. I hardly feel I need to labour this point. Where petitions and protests and meetings with politicians have failed, the tactics of civil disobedience used by Extinction Rebellion have been, to some measure at least, successful. Yeah! As well as resulting in unprecedented levels of public concern about climate change, the actions of April 2019, in which I'm proud to have participated, if too briefly, led directly and demonstrably to Parliament's declaration of a climate emergency with the 2050 target following from that decision. Manifestly, this is cause and effect.
This slide with the flag over.
I do not want to become a criminal. I do not deserve to become a criminal. I can stake without the ghost of a doubt that to do as I and thousands of others of members of Extinction Rebellion have done was not merely justified, it was an absolute moral obligation.
Yes! Yeah!
I'm worthy conclusion, like I mentioned the custody officer, who on the night of September the 1st, 2020, locked me to Sally Charing Cross Police Station, where I remained until midday on September the 3rd. He was a little younger than me, perhaps, softly spoken, a wearer of glasses, though as my own glasses had been taken at the desk and missed the details of his appearance. This officer, having brought me blankets, food and water, returned to the corridor and went to close the door, but then stopped and said to me, on behalf of myself and my children, I want to thank you for what you've done. I want to make it very clear that thanks is not directed at me because there is no me, there is only us. That thanks is directed at all of us. So I'm here to pass those thanks on. Say thank you. You're doing the right thing. Keep doing it. We are on the right in history to prove this.
Yes!
I'm going to say, if you'd like to know more about Extinction Rebellion, voting rights or NDDA, please go to the telephone box by Westminster Tube. There's a woman there with a pink placard with a skeleton on it, and she'll be happy to organise your training. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Okay, hi, so we're here at London Bridge Station. We're at the XR Elders and Grandparents Action. I'm here with
Dave Traxon.
Dave Traxon, okay. So, Dave, tell us why you're here.
What do they?
Yeah, okay.
Well, I think this is this campaign about pensions and disinvestment from the fossil fuel industry and reinvestment in the green economy is a win-win situation for everyone. Because if we encourage the pension funds and private investors to shift to green industries and create jobs and prosperity in green industries, we help to save
the planet, but we also help to gain their investments. And so it's a real win-win. We save the planet, people carry on making money, and the planet is greener and safer for our children and grandchildren.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Could you describe what's happening here today?
Well, loads of grandparents and elders have met up, and we're every time the whistle blows, we're pointing to this very impressive banner. And to make the point to passers-by that this is the focus of our campaign, and we're engaging with members of the public as they pass by and getting a very good response, especially from family groups that have parents and children together. I would say about 90% of them are accepting leaflets and are responding very favourably with a smile or a nod or a comment. And so I think this campaign particularly wins with multi-generational families, parents, children and grandparents.
Okay, amazing. And can you tell me something about yourself and how did you get involved in it?
I got involved in XR via Kate's enthusiasm, and I've been a child psychologist for my career. And I think the global crisis is a shared trauma. It's actually a shared trauma for families and children. And as a society, we need to deal with this shared trauma because it's affecting people's mental health, it's affecting their well-being, it's affecting their need to work,
It's affecting their ability to be prosperous, and as a society, we need to address the fact that people are being traumatised by the prospect of their children and grandchildren's world being destroyed, and it's as simple as that. We've got 20 years to constructively put alternatives in place and develop green industries and save the planet.
Okay, great. Do you have children or grandchildren?
Yes, I 2 grandchildren and 3 children, and they're all fully behind the XR campaign.
Okay, great. What do you say to people that say that if we move our money out of fossil fuel companies, then the pension funds might be less well funded?
Well, that's not the case according to the Wall Street Journal, which this week put an article out saying that green investments are going to be the gold rush for the next 20 years, and it's a sustainable investment that's going to make investors, private and pension funds, wealthy. Because once the large funds, trust funds and pension funds start shifting their money, it will be a roller coaster, not a roller coaster, it will be an exponential shift of funds which will do the planet good and do the economy good. Move it away from armaments and pharmaceuticals and fossil fuels towards sustainable jobs in the green economy.
Okay, great. And just the last question, what would you say, if there's people watching, what would you say that they could do at home?
Well, everybody can do a bit at home. They can think about their recycling and things as simple as that. They can think about where they go for their holiday, but they need to check where their personal pension funds and bank accounts are being used, because they have power over those, and they can take personal responsibility for making sure that their pension funds, their private investments, are all shifted to ethical, green and sustainable funds, which will make money for them.
Okay, amazing. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, win-win.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, well, hope it goes well for the rest of the action.
And was that going out somewhere?
We're strictly non-violent and we're running through the union separate. Now, if your thing is protecting your thing is protecting children, no excuse for HM running your plan, continuing to fight for its arts. To me, it's got to be one of the easiest things to do. I mean, what does it take to shift your bank account? Put it in a way that's better than bloody Barbary.
Time's been wasted and we haven't got too long. Mother's dying, we can feel it in our bones. So we're rebelling on a system that is wrong. Change is coming, we are few but we are strong. Time's been wasted and we haven't got too long. Mother's dying, we can feel it in our bones. So we're rebelling on a system that is wrong. One more time. Change is coming, we are few but we are strong. Time's been wasted and we haven't got too long. Mother's dying, we can feel it in our bones. So we're rebelling on a system that is wrong. So
And here we are, back at London Bridge, and we've got a die-in happening. So some of our elders and grandparents are showing what happens to the elderly, but what will happen to everybody when climate change really gets going. Absolute calamity. But very suddenly, without any warning, a die-in happens. Famine, pandemic, drought, flood. All the things that people said, the scientists said, would be happening with climate change in the future, and it's all happening now. Of course, our elders are particularly vulnerable.
Hiya. Could you let people know what's on?
Hello, we're in Tooling, just under London Bridge, and this is the Elders and Grandparents Rebellion. They are highlighting the fact that a lot of pensions, money, people that didn't even know they don't know where their money is, and this is pensions from corporates, from businesses, and a lot of them are in fossil fuels, a lot of them are in weapons, a lot of them are in places that if they'd known or had any consent, probably would take it out. So what we're asking people today is to find out what their pensions are in, whether it's their company pensions, private pensions, and to divest. Divestment is a huge campaign right now, and it is working. A lot of businesses and even campuses are actually moving out of the investment into these because they have no control, or they thought they had no control. This is one place, one really important place where people can actually take the lifeblood, if you like, out of the system, and it would work. So everyone needs to find out exactly where their money is going and what their money, is entitled to, and literally the thing that is killing their grandparents and their grandchildren. It's literally the thing that is carving them. So yeah, let's do it. Let's pull out those little suckers of poison.
How could people go about doing that?
They can either find out through their private pension companies, literally phone them up. I did this. I was really surprised and slightly embarrassed. I had a pension, I had a job once, it was great. And so I had this small amount of money, and yeah, I phoned them up, and it was in weapons. It won't even say this is for weapons. It just says, a certain company, and you go and you look it up, or in fossil fuels, so it might be in energy resources, it might be in, the top energy companies in the world. Could be in extraction, could be in coal mining, could be in nuclear power, all of basically infrastructure projects, if you like, around the world that are sucking up money and needing this, needing those resources. So yeah, find out through, if you are a student, you find out where your college, where your university, where it has its money. Every single business has its money, through shares, whatever, invested in companies. Work. I mean, I'm sure the policemen, you know, they had. Even though I think their shares went down from 11 to 9%, but still their money is going to be like churches. Oh my God, they were the worst. Okay, I can't remember. It was a few years ago now, but we find out that actually the Church of England was investing in lots of arms. You know, it said it didn't know. You know, I completely believe it. People don't know where the money is, and it just seems a little bit odd, you know. So yes, find out from your companies, your banks, private ones, where you work, where you study, because there's all money and it's all happening. It's all there somewhere doing something that you don't know about. And the thing is, I think if we all do this, things will change. Not only because suddenly the money is coming out of these vastly destructive companies. People will see, and companies will see, oh, they're investing in other things, so maybe they will start actually investing in greener economies, in things that will actually be solution-focused. You know?
Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks
You're
very
very
much.
welcome. And this is a die-in.
Yes, okay. So people are... Why are they... What, the die-in?
The die-in is to get more people's attention. We can be here with tables, we can be here with flags, we can be here with letters, but actually showing that there will be deaths. Is a little bit more hard to see.
Great, thanks very much.
Very welcome.
Okay.
You're so filthy. You're so filthy. Oh, when you know it. Oh, when you know it. HMRC. In every party. You're so dirty. And you're disgusting. And you're disgusting. Boris Johnson. In every party. Did you know that Barclays Bank is the worst bank in Europe for funding fossil fuels? To the tune of £85 million. £85 million in the last 5 years. Funding fossil fuel companies. Nothing of abiding people. Pay your taxes. You are supporting a climate and ecological emergency. You are supporting a climate and ecological emergency. Did you know that? Did you know that? No. So repeat after me, everybody. You're so dirty. You're disgusting. You're disgusting. HMRC. In Bedford Barclays. You are filthy. You are filthy. Oh, and you know it. Oh, and you know it. Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson. In Bedford Barclays. In Bedford Barclays. Disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. Come on, ladies. Good order. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. She's got you on his back. So filthy. So filthy. It's not being defeated. We will get it. We will ladies, have a lovely tea now. Have a lovely tea. I think that gentleman needs a bit of tea myself. Your hat's dirty, mate. They're giving a bit of a crash. Dirty, dirty bank Barclays. In Bedford Boris Johnson.
Doing stuff and not bad.
Halves for days. Exactly. Well, listen. So it's Ashley Noakes. Good afternoon now. Can you just give us an interview, give an insight into why you're here, what this action is all about? What's the problem with Barclays and HM Revenue and Customs?
It's not a well-known fact, but Barclays Bank were given the contract to collect all the UK taxes for both pay-as-you-earn and self-assessment for about 2015. So whereas we're instructing everybody to divest from Barclays because they're investing so much in fossil fuels, they've invested about £130 billion, I believe, since the Paris Climate Agreement in an industry which is totally unsustainable. We all know it's unsustainable. The government, HMRC's procurement policy says that its contractors should align itself with the sustainability policy, and they should be sustainable in everything they do. But that's Barclays Bank are not fulfilling their obligations under that contract to be sustainable. I recently become a grandfather. I'll do whatever I take to protect my child's future. That's part of the duty of being a father and a grandfather, is to look after your children and to make sure that you do everything they can, that they can live a happy, healthy, peaceful life. And this is not what we're doing. We've got to move away from the fossil fuel industry, move the car industry. Said they want to invest in electric cars, but electric cars aren't the answer when the roads are all blocked and we're producing masses of carbon just by producing those cars. We've got to have the infrastructure in place to live in the future in a world where we're ever increasingly threatened by drought, flooding, fire. All over the world, we've got, irrespective of where you live, it's not just a problem in the global south anymore, where they're experiencing massive droughts and heat extremes as a result of our action. We are responsible for their inability to live in certain areas of the world. There are areas of the world that are going to be totally uninhabitable. It could be up to a third of the world's surface totally uninhabitable. And we're responsible for that, so we owe a duty to live a life in a different way that doesn't harm other people. That's a basic part of being part of a society, is you don't carry out actions that harm other people. But we seem to be able to justify it with these dreams of economic growth and these dreams that we're alleviating poverty by creating economic growth, but it's not creating a sustainable planet. It's not creating real wealth. It's creating a fake wealth that just lures people into a materialistic way of life, which is resulting in the poorest people in our world suffering immeasurable damage. And we've got to show our government that we're not going to accept it. We've got to show that they are not the world leaders in cutting carbon emissions that they say they are. They're still about 10 times more than using about 10 times more carbon than we need to be sustainable. The only thing we've done is cut coal production because it's uneconomical. We're not moving away from oil and gas. They've got no plan to move away from gas. If that £130 billion that Barclays has been spent on fossil fuel investment, it's been spent on insulating our homes or on renewable energy or on renewable energy storage, they might be getting something, but it's not. They take the easy option. It's easy to invest in fossil fuels because it's an established industry. They're not prepared to take the risk because they know can use the easy option. Until you ban the investment in all new fossil fuel investment, you won't see the investment going into the industry.
Can I
investment going into the sustainable projects that we need?
Can I just sort of backtrack a bit to what you were saying at the beginning? So HMRC, so HM Revenue Customs, which collects our taxes and which then presumably puts those taxes it collects in a bank, is currently banking with Barclays. And Barclays has continued to invest substantial amounts in fossil fuels since the Paris Agreement, which was when it was established that we can't go above 1.5 degrees, or we were going to do our best to try not to go above 1.5 degrees of warming. In essence, could you say that if you have paid tax since, well, over the last few years, some of that money has gone into a Barclays bank and potentially has been invested in fossil fuels which are destroying our future?
Yeah, I mean, the fees on the collection of those taxes will go to Barclays Bank, which will help them establish themselves as a legitimate company in the eyes of the government and in the eyes of the people. But they're not. When they're investing that amount in fossil fuels, we've got to say that it's totally unacceptable now. We're demanding that the government use an ethical bank to collect taxes from British people, which is not an absurd demand, is it, just to be ethical?
Not really, and particularly on a financial basis, given the number of major financiers, Mark Carney, the previous head of the Bank of England, saying that we have to have a banking system that is based on something more sustainable than just fossil fuels. So thank you very much for your time.
Well, I'm here with one of the cleaning ladies of the HRMC little performance we had just a couple of minutes ago. Why are you personally doing this today?
Because I'm worried sick about the way the planet's going. We've had so many warnings, but especially this latest, the IPCC report, which was earlier this month, saying it's code red for humanity. And what notice are people taking? It just seems like it's business as usual. The media, they had it all on for one day, and now nothing. It's just, we've got to wake people up. So, yeah, that's why I'm here today.
So, standing in front of a problem building, doing a performance like this, I mean, is it nervous doing this? What do you tell other people who are watching this and go at home, going, can I do something like this?
Yeah, I mean, in the greater scheme of things, I think we have to use civil disobedience and, yes, disruption. I know it might annoy some people, but in the bigger scheme of things, this is a small thing compared to what climate change is going to do. And if this is what it takes to wake people up, I just hope that's why I'm here, that's why I support it. So,
thank you for your time.
Let me take that.
Hi everyone, I'm joining you from Parliament Street outside HMRC. We've taken the streets over here and we're demanding an end to fossil fuel subsidies and fossil fuel investments. It's the second day of the rebellion, my second day over here as well, and it's been really good out on the streets and calling for more action on climate change, especially after COVID and after this lockdown. It's good to be out in the streets again. But even in the last year, even though we've seen so many extreme weather events happening, especially in July, we've only seen empty promises from our government, and we've not seen any real action. Actually, one of the reasons I came down and I thought it was necessary for me to be here was after seeing what was happening in last month, actually in July, what happened in Germany, what happened in Greece, what happened in America and in California, the wildfires over there. And so in London itself, currently we are seeing a few people being carried away by the police. I believe they're being arrested. Yeah, so extreme weather events happening and intensifying all over the world. And the signs couldn't be more clear. The climate crisis is already here. We don't really have any time remaining. We've got to save what we have of this planet. We've got to stop destroying nature. We've got to stop. We've got to stop burning fields. We've got to. When a pipe is leaking, you stop the leak. If they're already in trouble, we need to stop burning fossil fuels. But governments around the world are still continuing to burn fossil fuels as if there is no emergency at all. Our government has declared a climate emergency, but they're not acting like it's an emergency yet. When will they wake up? When will they actually realize that, oh crap, we've missed our chance to take action on the climate crisis before millions of people die? The IPCC report that came out this month said it's code red for humanity. And they're saying that we will likely hit 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2040, which before our main aim was to limit 1.5 degrees Celsius by at least by 2050. But if you're already going to hit it by 2040, imagine the amount of people that will be displaced or will face extreme weather or will unfortunately die as a consequence of the climate crisis. Whenever I think of that, I just can't. I personally cannot just keep quiet. I can't just pretend like nothing is happening. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here, is because I know what's coming. we all know what's everyone over here is just acting out of love for the planet and for all the people around the world who are going to face extreme weather events and unlivable conditions, especially in the global south. My family are from India, where they face extreme weather events on a regular basis now, and I'm here out of love for them so that they have a fighting chance, and out of love for everyone else over there in the global south as well. But it's not just the global south where they're facing extreme weather events. Here in London, we faced flooding. In the UK a few years ago, we saw severe flooding in different places. And it's not too far. The climate crisis is already here. It's already happening now. But we're not, I feel like our society hasn't woken up yet. And we need to do everything it takes to inform everyone about what's happening. And to make them feel like it's real. And demand change. What we need is political will. We've already got the solutions to resolve the climate crisis, to stop what's happening, but we just don't have the political will to. And if we get enough people on board, we can change the political system and get them to change the policies, to update the policies to match what we actually need. We can put more investments into greener technologies, into technologies that put people and planet first, and also more sustainable technologies that can achieve climate and social justice at the same time. I think it's quite important to put people at the center of the climate crisis as well, because we are the ones who are going to suffer, and it needs to be a just transition as well. We're going to be here for 2 weeks, disrupting London specifically, because this is where all the decisions are made. All the big decisions are made over here. And if we can get the politicians to wake up and realize that we're running out of time, then we have more of a fighting chance to stop the worst effects of the climate crisis and save millions of people around the world. We're going to see sea level rise by 2100, by 2050 actually. And the sea level rise is actually increasing exponentially. Many cities around the world are going to be underwater by 2100. Currently, we're on the path for a 3-degree increase in global temperature on the world. They're currently at 1.2 degrees, and we're facing such extreme weather patterns already. Facing such extreme weather patterns. We had people dying in Germany, not to mention all the people in global south who are dying from the crisis. But it's not getting reported in the news. If people are already dying from extreme weather events caused by climate change now, imagine what it's going to be like 10 years from now. Imagine what it's going to be like by 2050 or by 2040. And our government thinks that achieving net zero by 2050. How is that? How can we be okay with people lose their lives because of extreme weather events? It's mind-blowing to think that we are still on this destructive path, and pretend like everything is. I think we all need to get out in the streets and be here in person, because a lot of people think that like protesting doesn't work, but it has worked in the past. It's worked very effectively in the past. Suffragette movement, the civil rights movement, and no one actually liked the suffragettes. They were very disruptive. They went around to Oxford Street smashing windows and everything. Even women did not like the suffragettes, but they still won. They still got the women. And no, you can't really imagine life without that suffrage movement, which was so key to our society. I feel our society has come to I think we've come to a point where we need to take drastic action to bring about change as quickly as possible. And I think being out here in the streets is the best way, and to raise awareness about the climate crisis. Okay, thank you very much for listening to me. We're going to head over to another action happening now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm live streaming from Piccadilly in London. We're here for the second day of rebellion with Extinction Rebellion, and we're about to witness a march, a walk by the penitents, the XR penitents. Just about to start. The penitents, the first I saw of them was in the G7 summit in June. They first appeared, and in this on this day they are actually atoning for the sins of the world with regards to oil extraction and the burning of fossil fuels and all that that entails. So they're going to do a walk through a very strange modern context here. You couldn't get more urban than this. These people, penitents, actually have been around since the 4th century AD as part of Christianity. So if you can imagine the sidewalks here are very crowded, pavements, and it's quite hard to keep up with all that's going on. I'm going to have someone assisting me in a moment so you can see more. So the penitents were originally people who were atoning for serious crimes. And a lot of the trappings of the penitents have made their way into the English language even today. The wearing of sackcloth, covering oneself in ashes, wearing hair shirts. They are all representative of sacrifice in order to atone for wrongdoings. And this is what we're seeing is a modern version of this today. We're heading for Piccadilly Circus. I'm pretty sure that most people who are going to be seeing the penitents today are going to be a bit puzzled, perhaps. Our society is not at all as deeply religious as it was in medieval times. And so it might be quite hard to imagine what relevance they would have for us today. However, I'm penitents, if I could speak to them now, would tell me they are symbolizing atonement for climate crimes and ecocide around the world. You can see some of the placards on their chests showing the different aspects of climate disruption that can be blamed on the use of fossil fuels. It's difficult to conceive of a more contrasting situation here in Piccadilly Circus. If you look at the way it's set up as a place of consumerism, modern consumerism, and contrast it with the humility that is being shown by these people for the damage that's been done to the climate over several decades, but if the truth be known, since the Industrial Revolution, it's been building up and up. Patterns of weather that our grandparents thought were weird, we're probably all part of the same syndrome, if only they'd realized. I think we will, if we can go to a small interview I did this morning before we made a start with the Penitent General. I think that would be informative as to why the XR penitents were begun. If we could go to that. Oliver, why did you form the Penitents, XR Penitents? And also, what do the motivations of the penitents of the medieval period, how can they resonate with us today in a period of climate breakdown?
So the penitents, it was a medieval practice in which people paid penance for their crimes by walking around in sackcloth and ashes and carrying a placard which told people the crime that they had been committing. And the practice started in Cornwall. I make no claim on starting it. The practice started in Cornwall at the beginning of the XR Rebellion and has grown because it has a huge impact. This is about the crimes that we as societies are committing against the planet. These are crimes of either against humanity and against the planet itself. So we atone for those crimes by walking in silence, with sackcloth and ashes, and at a very slow pace, to make it clear that these crimes, which at the moment are, we're focusing on the crimes of extraction of fossil fuels and oils, and that is what we're doing at the moment.
Okay, people looking at you today in a very modern context on the street will probably be somewhat puzzled. We're not as deeply religious a society as we once were, and how would you say to those people if they're thinking, I don't want to wear a hair shirt, I want what I want?
This is really an expression. These days it's an artistic expression. The spiritual side of this is very powerful. It's not a church or a religious issue, it's a spiritual issue. It's about the damage that we've done to the planet. It can be very shocking for people. Some people, of course, might deride it. Other people might be interested in it. Some people will be truly shocked when they see it. And we've experienced people completely stopping in their tracks, as well as people taking no notice. But the interesting thing is that it's very impactful. It does really have an impact on people who view it. You will see people, as we walk along, you will see hundreds of people stopping.
Yes, I hope it has the symbolic impact that you intended today. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
If you're just joining us, we're coming to you live from Piccadilly Circus, where we're watching a march, a very slow, thoughtful march by the XR penitents. I think a lot of the participants here today would probably like to see some of the oil executives, government ministers, and others who are funding fossil fuels being in the sackcloth and ashes themselves and atoning for the ecocide that they're causing in the world, the destruction of our natural environment. I would say, a personal opinion first, willful destruction, because they're not doing anything with sufficient speed to mitigate this upcoming disaster. Okay, so we're just crossing the Haymarket here on our way to Leicester Square. I took particular interest in live streaming this event today because I feel that not enough has been said by governments, by corporations, anyone in authority in any part of the world that has mentioned the kind of sacrifices that we may have to make and that we must make. Actually, it's more than may, we must make amongst the population of this world if we are going to keep the level of emissions at a point where human life, animal life, and plant life is all sustainable in the future. And I think the values of humility that are expressed here symbolically today are very important ones for everyone on this planet to bear in mind. We need to have a humble attitude towards how we're going to go about mending the tremendous damage we've done to the planet. Collectively, we've all done it, but of course, a lot of us have had no choice because the way our system is constructed, endless consummation of limited resources, etc. We know those arguments inside out now. I don't need to say them all, but there are a lot of people who will say, I want what I want. I worked hard for what I want and what I think I need, and I don't want to wear a hair shirt. But it seems to me that we could make some considerable sacrifices as we've done during COVID. We could say, for instance, that we are going to reduce and limit flying, people's ability to fly and travel about as they please until such time as we've solved the technological gaps that currently exist. And at which time we could possibly go back to some kind of normality. I would be willing to do that. I wonder how many else of you who are watching would be willing to do that for a number of years.
I don't know about.
We seem to think we can just carry on as normal and leave it to the big players to actually save us. They can't save us. We're going to save ourselves, and I would encourage everyone today to come down and join in Extinction Rebellion. If you can't join in, look at our live streams, which are daily on Facebook. There's all kinds of platforms where you can get information about us and our goals to work together and create a world, a more harmonious world in which we can all thrive. I'm sure that's what you want for yourself and your children. Okay, we're approaching Leicester Square now. As you can see, COVID is over, more or less, until the next bout of it, that is. And then, you know, life has come back to normal, which is enjoyable while it lasts. But we have to remember how we got here to begin with. It's the destruction of nature that is creating more and more problems for us, pandemic-wise and otherwise. And there's more to come. Okay, so this walk of the penitents today is in line with our latest demand during this rebellion, which is to stop all fossil fuel extraction now. You'll see plenty of other actions, as we call them, in that deal with this important theme. It's the overriding, the important theme of our age. If you've just joined us, we're coming live to you from central London. Helicopter whirring overhead as usual. I don't know if you can hear it, but they're always present, keeping track of everything XR does. It would be a terrible shame if our right to protest was curtailed as is being planned at the moment. This is about as peaceful a peaceful protest as you can possibly imagine. No drums, no bells, but powerful all the same for its symbolism and its message to everyone. Oh, I was wrong. There is one drum. And at the head of the penitents is the penitent general, who I interviewed earlier. If you've just joined us, perhaps we could play the clip of the short interview I had with the penitent general just a little while ago, again, just to show you what their motivations are. Oliver, why did you form the penitents, XR penitents, and also what do the motivations of the penitents of the medieval period? How can they resonate with us today in a period of climate breakdown?
So the penitents, it's a medieval practice in which people paid penance for their crimes by walking around in sackcloth and ashes and carrying a placard which told people the crime that they had been committing. And the practice started in Cornwall. I make no claim on starting it. The practice started in Cornwall at the beginning of the XR rebellion and has grown because it has a huge impact. This is about the crimes that we as societies are committing against the planet. These are crimes of either against humanity and against the planet itself. So we atone for those crimes by walking in silence with sackcloth and ashes and at a very slow pace to make it clear that these crimes, which at the moment are, we're focusing on the crimes of extraction of fossil fuels and oils, and that is what we're doing at the moment.
Okay, people looking at you today in a very modern context on the street will probably be somewhat puzzled. We're not as deeply religious a society as we once were, and how would you say to those people if they're thinking, I don't want to wear a hair shirt, I want what I want?
This is really an expression. These days it's an artistic expression. The spiritual side of this is very powerful. It's not a church or a religious issue, it's a spiritual issue. It's about the damage that we've done to the planet. It can be very shocking for people. Some people, of course, might deride it. Other people might be interested in it. Some people would be truly shocked when they see it. And we've experienced people completely stopping in their tracks, as well as people taking no notice. But the interesting thing is that it's very impactful. It does really have an impact on people who view it. You will see people, as we walk along, you will see hundreds of people stopping.
Yes, I hope it has the symbolic impact that you intended today. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thus, we're coming to you live from inner London. We're just about at the back of the National Portrait Gallery now, and I presume we're heading to Trafalgar Square. There'll be a lot of people there today. It will be interesting to see what their reaction is to the penitents. Penitents used to show humility by prostrating themselves on the ground, but I don't think we're going to see any of that today. Nevertheless, they're showing humility in the face of climate crimes committed by people who are extracting fossil fuels and people who are burning them with no alternative in place and none to be seen that is viable in the short time that we have left. We just had I don't know if you saw it today, live streamed, we had an action about green pensions. A good idea, otherwise you could be destroying your children's future. It used to be thought the best way of funding a pension was to get the absolutely highest returns, and in fact, in law, you were bound to do that, which meant investing in fossil fuels. That's not what we want. We want clean, green energy, and we don't mind suffering a little bit for a time until we get the right technology in place to resume our lives in what some people might consider a more comfortable way, although I have to say there are many people who can live less and be with less and be a lot happier. Put greed before survival. Financed hell on earth. Burned grass, burned our future. I think it's important to realize that although the idea of penitence comes from a very strong religious context, and in more than just Christian religions, I believe, atoning, that today we can see it as a moral rather than a religious responsibility. To feel empathy for the Earth's processes and to realize the limitations that we have in using those Earth's resources. It requires humility. Okay, so we're just coming. We're coming down the road, leading to the National Portrait Gallery. This is the very road that people walked on yesterday when they went to the amazing action with the immense pink table at the crossroads of 4 roads, all blocked by individual samba bands with their own themes. It was an absolutely powerful experience for anyone who was there, possibly for you too while you watched it on live stream. I think that gentleman is quite a familiar figure, the one who just passed with his sound system in this part of London. Seasoned rebels will know that we've seen him many times. He thinks Jesus is coming. I have to say, we think there's a lot worse coming. And we need to address it now.
Right, we are outside the HMRC building, just in Westminster. It's a little bit more of a party atmosphere here. Enjoying watching the film, watching in silence. Let's see on positive here. We saw some various films. We've had a couple of rests, but it's all been quite quiet here. Very much a little more of a party atmosphere. Alright, so I've just been told that the sound is not very great, so I'll kind of say what I just said. We are at the HMRC building in Westminster. Lots of music going on, a little bit of dancing, a little bit of boogieing, and a kazoo. Always got to have a kazoo. We are surrounded here by the police, but it is very kind of been very informal now. But yeah, quite a relaxed atmosphere. One thing we can say is that you'll never go hungry on an action. Got a couple of food wagons scattered around. Right, that's okay. What we got today?
Vegetable curry, pasta, cake over here, some chocolate bars, all vegan.
Yeah, looks very delicious.
It is. No complaints right now.
Yeah. It's okay, my microphone is not very good either. Okay, so I'm here with the Oghons. Why are you doing this today?
Well, it started about a year ago when I got a very small bill from HMRC for a letting property, a small little cottage that I let. I'm a retired farmer, don't get a pension. We bought this cottage when my mum and dad died, and that year it made a profit. And the bill was for £143, and at the bottom of the bill it said to pay this bank account, and it gave me numbers. Okay, so I thought, well, I'll look this up, and it was Barclays. Okay, I had never until that time thought that any of our taxes were in any way involved in such an evil bank. Well, I suppose I should have just thought about that, shouldn't I, really? So when earlier this year, Cymru were working out what they should do their action on, this rebellion, the impossible rebellion, lots of different cases were put forward as nominations for, you know, where would it most be effective? And eventually came up with, yeah, it sounds as though this HMRC government Barclays connection was something most people just didn't know about. And hence that's why we're here today, to draw this attention to it. Here's the HMRC, and other people came thinking it was all about Barclays, but it's not. And you know, the point of it is that we've got the choice of what bank account we use as individuals. So we go, oh, we don't like Barclays, we can tell people not to use Barclays, but we cannot choose where our taxes go to. We're all funding our own climate change. We're contributing personages, and I was just so disgusted. That's why I'm here. I'm old, I'm 73. What else can I do?
Thank you for your time.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're live streaming from Trafalgar Square today for our Extinction Rebellion's Walk of the Penitents. If you've just joined us, the penitents were very religious people who, penitents, well, they started becoming visible in the historic record since about 400 AD, which is the late Roman period. And they made visible the atonement for serious sins that they committed. They wore sackcloth, as we know, probably from all of the phrases that have survived into the English language. Sackcloth and ashes, and hair shirts, in order to suffer for the crimes they've committed. And the word itself, penitent, actually, the root word of the word penitent is early French and Latin for the desire for forgiveness. I think there's a lot of people, responsible people, people of authority these days, who could do well to ask for forgiveness for the climate crimes they've committed. We've come up with a virtually on the edge of defining a legal term for the word ecocide, and I think this is going to mean that we're going to be holding many more people to account in the future for the crimes that they're committing against the environment, unless they act now, as we in XR have always asked them to do. Okay, it's a beautifully sunny day here in Trafalgar Square. Lots of tourists about. It's a very arresting sight in such an urban, so-called civilized setting as this, to see these very humble people admitting that they have done wrong and wanting to atone for it, which in essence makes the world a better place. I was speaking to one of the penitents a bit earlier on before the broadcast, and he was saying he's got involved because he just wants to be a good person. He wants to do good in the world, and this is his way of doing it, especially when the whole the earth as we know it is changing drastically before our eyes. And we here in the UK are not experiencing it so much. We might be one of the last countries to feel the effects, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do something about it, because people in other parts of the world are truly suffering. And the whole idea of this today is to highlight the climate crisis through the prism of the oil, gas, coal, fossil fuels that are still being extracted, still being exploited. We want all fuel, new fuel, fossil fuel extraction to stop now, immediately. And we are going to have to be willing to make personal sacrifices, all of us, for a time. We should be able to, until such time that we have arrived at technical solutions, or we've been able to find different ways of living that are less harsh on the earth. If you've just joined us, we're live streaming you today from Trafalgar Square, where we're able to witness the XR penitents with placards on their chests showing the ecocide that is occurring through the use of fossil fuels on our world. It's all there, it's all evidence, it's all in the science. We've surrounded ourselves with scientific thought since the Enlightenment several hundred years ago, right through the Industrial Revolution. It's only recently our whole world is shaped by science, and yet we seem to think that we can pick and choose it as we like and deny that this is happening. All the scientists, virtually all of the scientists, are in agreement The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, which came out last week, is clear that we must make swift, deep, and comprehensive reductions to there. And I don't know how we're going to do it because our world seems to be more divided than ever. We must agree on this and we must find solutions. And as I said before, it might be a good idea to get some of the people who in responsible positions, people of authority, corporations, governments all around the world who've denied this for years because it affects their profits, to don the sackcloth ashes or hair shirt in atonement for what they're doing to the world, for the world that they've created. We're merely consumers now. We don't seem to be citizens anymore. And we're at their beck and call. We need to break away from that and find new ways of thinking, new ways of doing things in this world. And I hope today that you've been very impressed by what you've seen, the XR penitents, and that it will make you reflect on how humble we need to be if we're going to save our world. So we've got a lot of people showing interest, taking pictures. I hope they're more than just holiday snaps. I hope they, like you, are impressed by the commitment these rebels have shown today, and by all the rebels who are showing commitment this week. And we ask you to join us. We're a very welcoming bunch to make people much more aware of what we need to do. We don't have all the solutions, we admit that. We're trying to raise awareness here. But the solutions are already out there. They just need to be funded. I think that's been admitted many times. All of our 500 local governances, councils, etc., cities in the United Kingdom have plans in charge to reduce the impact of emissions, but they don't have enough funding. There's people raring to go, but as usual, the government has other priorities, political priorities, short-term priorities. We need to pressure them constantly to do the right thing. Yes, they're very photogenic, aren't they? Very, very unusual in today's modern world to see people who can actually they don't care about their looks. They care more about atoning. They feel guilt for something they've done, and they want to restore their place in society. Thank you for being here with us today at Trafalgar Square. If you've just joined us, we're coming to you live from Trafalgar Square this afternoon, where the XR penitents, rebels, have just done a slow walk through part of London to raise awareness about the lack of inaction to stop fossil fuel investment and extraction in the form of gas, oil, and coal, coal being the largest emitter of all. I think it's I hope I'm not wrong here, but I think it's responsible for a fifth of the world's emissions, and that, above all, must stop. And they're off again. I noticed that many people who are here today are about my age. I won't say how much that is, but if I tell you that we've known about climate change for 40 years, in the 1970s when I was a teenager, oops, I gave it away, we had the beginning of the environmental movement with the start of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring book, which told about the terrible, terrible ecological damage done to the world, parts of the world, by chemicals. And that started the whole thing in motion. We had Greenpeace, well, I believe it was started in 1972. And there are all sorts of other green initiatives. Earth Day began, the recognition of Earth Day on an annual basis. So I've been living with this problem for about 40 years. And actually, I would like to be a penitent today myself. Because I feel that I took my eye off the ball and I should have been fighting a lot harder for it for all the decades. Raising a young family, I realized what that's like. Very busy, got a lot on your mind. I did too. But I am very regretful now that I didn't take more action when there was time, because I feel that there's probably not much time now. And it's in fact too late, but we have to do it, we must. Cool. Do you want me to go there? Andrew's got it, cool, okay. Do you want me to stay with them? Because I have no idea where they're going. Okay. Okay. If you've just joined us, we are coming to you live from central London. We're watching a slow walk of remorse and regret and atonement by the Extinction Rebellion penitents. They are atoning symbolically for all of the sins committed that have helped to destroy our natural world faster than any period of time in the history of all the world. The key message here today is to stop all fossil fuel extraction now. Which is what numerous reports are also telling us has to happen in order for us to keep the warming of the earth at a tolerable level for human, animal, and plant existence. Cool. Okay. Right, we're going to go on to another action. In just a few seconds, I'd just like to say, please share this if you found that its message moved you, and I hope it has. And be sure to watch all of our live streams, or bits of them if you can this week, to get a measure more of what we're about. We'd be really pleased to see you on the streets this week. There's all kinds of information out there on the internet about how to get involved. We will welcome you. Thanks for watching.
Hi, so I'm here at London Bridge Station with Kate Rayworth, who's the author of Donut Economics. Over to you, Kate.
Hi, so I'm here today because I'm an economist, and economics means the art of household management. And if there's one thing you do when you manage your planetary household, it's you ensure that you do not destroy the life support systems on which we all depend. Now, the science is in. The world's climate scientists have told us unequivocally that we are destroying the stability of our climate and that we must act with urgency to ensure its future stability. I am surrounded by grandparents, by elders, by people in retirement who know that their pensions have been invested for decades and still are in the oil and gas that is destroying our planet. No one wants their future to be made on money that is actually destroying everybody's futures. It is absolutely time for all pension funds to get out of oil and gas, to divest, to do what they already know is the right thing to do, and to be proud of the legacy that they leave. Thank you.
So far, we've had no response. I've asked the officer again if he will get someone from HMRC to come out and speak to us in order to resolve this situation without unnecessary ado. For you. That is the present situation. So I'm speaking to all the people in the locals and they're in agreement with that. Other than that, I've offered them half a road maybe, or 1 lane. So, we'll wait to see what they want to do. Yeah? Everybody okay? Yeah! You want some Tom Jones?
Come on, get us a Tom Jones.
Oh, that's good.
I know, you seem to be kind of
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so the police have been moving in and trying to persuade people to move to Parliament Square to continue the demonstration. Anybody that is left behind potentially get arrested. But there's, according to the speaker we just saw a moment ago, some negotiations. Perhaps they could just have half the road instead of us blocking the whole road. We'll see how that goes.
Now we're nearly out of time, but this is an emergency. There'll be no room for it. So we have to rise up now, or this one life will be for fighting. I'm sorry, my children, I didn't want to frighten you, and this is no ghost story. This is an emergency. Our leaders have all failed us, and so we have to rise up now and join the rebellion. And so we have to rise up now and form the rebellion. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Extinction! Extinction! Give some love to the rebels left
It looks like the police have got their own megaphone system. I wonder if that causes a nuisance. Okay, just to recap, we are outside the HMRC Revenue Customs House, Treasury House. HMRC have been using the accounting system, actually using the banking system of Barclays to process all our taxes in the UK. And I'm sure you guys know that Barclays isn't the most eco-friendly bank in the world. It's actually the worst in Europe. Ventures around the world. They're causing, as this lady here, causing climate change around the world, from Bangladesh to Afan Valley in Wales.
I'm just saying, if you were
just going to go back to some singing, I think.
If I had to rise up now, I would do it for the indigenous. I would do it for the indigenous, for they deserve the best. If I had to rise up now, I would do it for the elders. I would do it for the elders, for they deserve the best. If I had to rise up now, I would do it for the fathers. I would do it for the fathers, for they deserve the best. If I had to rise up now, I would do it for the dolphins. I would do it for the dolphins, for they deserve the best. Coral reefs, if I had to rise up now, I would do it for the coral reefs. I would do it for the coral reefs, for they deserve the best. If I had to rise up now, I would do it for the babies. I would do it for the babies, for they deserve the best. If I had to rise up now, I would do it for the badgers. I would do it for the badgers, for they deserve the best. If I had to rise up now, I would do it for I would do it for nature, for it did. Give me some ideas, everyone. If I had to rise up, I would do it for the whales. I would do it for the whales, for they deserve the best. If I had to rise up now, unity, I would do it for unity. I would do it for unity, for they deserve the best. Rivers, if I
Good afternoon again, everyone. We're back at Trafalgar Square, and I'm in the company of XR Worcester, and also we've got a representative here of XR Doctors who are going to talk to us about how the Earth is in a critical condition, and they're not at all in favor of the road expansion scheme and expanding airports, and who can blame them? What an absolute debacle that is. So let's just talk a little bit about that. So we've got and ending fossil fuel and stop the harm, which is the key message this week and the following week as well for the rebellion. So what motivates you to be here today with your colleagues?
So I think obviously the message we're trying to get across about the climate crisis, it's an ecological crisis. It's going to be affecting all of the animal systems as well as all of plant life, but it's also going to affect a lot of human life. And as a representative from the Doctors for Extinction Rebellion, we're in a position to say and highlight to individuals that would potentially be under our care that this is the climate emergency is going to affect people's health day in, day out. People think the heat waves are going to be one issue. The issues around the flooding, the issues that those bring with mass migration and further vector-borne diseases. So the idea of COVID and the principles that we brought with immense speedy lockdowns and stopping so much activity. It's amazing that the government responded speedily to that. We want them to respond to the climate crisis and stop things like the Cambo oil field. We want them to look at what they are doing with the HS2, and we want them to look at all the other activities that they have going on. We want them to again reassess their 2050 goals and also stop saying that they are heading for carbon neutrality or are net zero, when actually they're putting a lot of their investments elsewhere across the world. And we need to look at this we've got the COP26, and we need to look at this as what humans can do and how we can help. And I think as medical professionals, we're in a good situation where we can start to have those discussions with individuals that come into the NHS.
Yes, the issue of people coming to these shores because it's too hot to live elsewhere is one that is really rarely touched on, and it's especially worrying, don't you think, that given that the government's policy on immigration or letting migrants in is so restricted and so cruel, and I think people are evading the issue, don't you, that there are going to be many more migrants coming to us.
It's very unfortunate. We're all humans on this planet. We're all here to live our lives, and unfortunately for countries, nations to put up boundaries like that is disrespectful to another human being and another animal. It's just heartening to hear that, and no matter what, I will always work with everybody that comes through and onto our island and elsewhere that I walk through the world.
Indeed, it's your duty as a doctor to do so, isn't it? You take an oath.
Yeah.
So not to harm, which is where there's considerable harm at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah.
And more to come. That's great. I'm really very thankful for your thoughts about that today. And are there any other thoughts that anyone would like to give about what's happening?
Well, I think we've got very little time left. Our carbon budget to stay within 1.5 degrees is nearly over, and we've only got 6 years or so to completely stop using fossil fuels, and we need to get the vested interests, fossil fuel companies, and all the kind of hidden powers that's led the government to not take action. We need to get them to stop, and we need to carry on our campaign. Here over the next 2 weeks to make sure that happens.
It's rather terrifying when we have our rebellions in London to be in this context. This is super, we want to say civilized context, modern context, to just see how huge the challenge is. Even coming in on the train today myself, I passed by tens of thousands of houses with hundreds of thousands of people living in them, realizing that we would all have to make some kind of sacrifice or change in order for this to happen. But there's a bigger problem, and that is the fossil fuel funding is forcing us into living in ways which make it less sustainable, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, and it's basically just delaying tactics.
It is,
by the fossil fuel industries and all those investments. That just want to carry on as it is, and we just haven't got time to do that.
Yeah.
So it is true. We need to act now.
Yeah.
Stop the fossil fuel pollution and change our ways. And there's so much to do, and it's frightening how much there is to do, how little action is taking place.
Yeah, that's right. So, anyone else have anything to add?
I would like to add something. I think my friends here have very well expressed the nature of the emergency. But one of the things that's impressed me recently in my hometown and walking around here is how many people already agree. If you are watching us talking, nodding your head, if you're shouting at the telly when the news is on, you are in a huge majority. Globally, the UN have polled and found that the majority of the world's population understand that we're in emergency and want us and back, urgent actions to correct the course that we're on. And in this country, you're in one of the countries with the highest, most enormous supermajorities of people who think there is a climate emergency and who know something needs to be done. And I don't particularly want to be here in Parliament Square. It is nice to be here among friends. I'm here because if we don't tell people that we know that, if we don't demand change from our leaders, they will say, okay, well, they're happy for us to carry on making our profits. And it's really, really important, if you haven't spoken out, before you do anything else to make those little changes that we're all urged to make about the climate crisis, like using filling up the dishwasher and all those little things. We know those aren't going to cut it. What needs to happen is we need to speak out loud and clear that we will not tolerate are leaders and the people in power, the people with the money, carrying on trashing our futures at the expense of us and our children. And so the one thing you should do is get down here and let them know that you care about this, because everyone does. You're in a majority. Speak up.
I'm in total agreement with you, and I personally know someone, I won't say who it is, but who said to me, well, why are you doing this? You're pushing at an open door. You know, he's implying that everybody's on board with it, but we're talking about, yes, citizens on board, but like you say, we don't have the people in power on board to the extent they need to be. And would you all agree with me that if we don't come down here and do this, that we're essentially compliant in what's going to happen to the world? Yeah, so
yeah, I'd say the action yesterday with the crisis table, Extinction Rebellion started it a few years back with the boat, saying we're sinking, or an image of Noah's Ark. We want a citizens' assembly. We've had informal citizens' assemblies. We know what must be done, but the people in power aren't willing to have that. I think other nations, just to pull names out of a hat, Jacinda Ardern from New Zealand, I'm sure she'd come to the table and would have those discussions as a good leader. I don't know about Angela Merkel, but perhaps she would have those discussions. I know XR Germany were recently doing some activities, but I don't know, like, those leaders are coming down and having those discussions with the populace. And yes. I think that's what we want to see from our government. Not it's fine having the police presence, but they're there to protect and serve, but we want to work with everybody and have an agreement that we need to help this planet and help everybody and help all ecological systems.
Yeah, we need a bit of pragmatism, more than a bit. We need a big bit of pragmatism. Did you see earlier the penitents coming through? And I find that highly impressive because I thought that it was a good indication, a reminder that we need humility amongst everyone in the world in order to admit that perhaps we've got things a bit wrong, and that we need to recalibrate in a different way. And then if you can admit that, I think you're probably halfway there, aren't you? Yeah. So, any last thoughts from anyone?
Well, it's the penitents actually really made me think, because I looked at all the things on their placards like it was an act of repentance, and I thought, well, what would mine be? And I thought mine would be, and it has been for most of my life, I kept silent.
Yeah.
And that's all we need to do to let this happen, is just not to speak.
The status quo, and fight against that. Yeah. Okay, well, it's been an absolute delight talking to all of you. Thank you very much for your thoughts today.
Thank you.
What's left?
Hey, I didn't mean to do wrong.
Shit, we need to leave off guard.
Legal observers!
We're non-violent. How about you?
We're non-violent.
Okay. We're coming to you live from Trafalgar Square, where XR Worcester and a representative of XR doctors are going to administer
medical emergency
resuscitation to our planet Earth.
Apply pads to patient. Emergency. 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 Checking heart rhythm. Emergency. Emergency. Stand by. Preparing to shock. Emergency. Emergency. Everyone clear. Delivering shock. Emergency. Vital signs low.
Extreme weather is already here and will only increase in severity. 1 million more species are at risk of extinction. Governments need to act on the emergency now.
Emergency. Checking heart rhythm. Emergency. Emergency. Stand by. Preparing to shock. Emergency. Emergency. Everyone clear. Delivering shock. Emergency. Vital signs low.
The richest half of the world's population are responsible for 90% of greenhouse gas emissions.
Emergency. Checking heart rhythm. Emergency. Emergency. Stand by. Preparing to shock. Emergency. Emergency. Everyone clear. Delivering shock. Emergency. Vital signs low.
Newspaper billionaires have been hiding the truth about the climate and ecological emergency to protect their investment.
Checking heart rhythm. Emergency. Emergency. Stand by. Preparing to shock. Emergency. Emergency. Everyone please. Delivering shock. Emergency. Vital signs low.
The Earth's vital signs are dangerously low. Government, finance, and the media need to tell the truth about the climate and ecological emergency and act now before we are out of time.
Emergency. 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 Vital signs low.
an absolutely sad ending. The Earth is a living thing, living systems. We're limiting their ability to function. We need to act.
People got the power. Tell me, can you hear it? Talk about the hour. Talk about the hour. Power. People. Power.
Okay, so some of the guys from the Treasury Action have landed onto the square and decided to have a little dance and sing song for the rest.
Never turning back. Never turning back. Emissions are still rising. Emissions are still rising. Emissions are still rising. Now's the time to act. Now's the time to act. Now's the time to act. The media must tell the truth. The media must tell the truth. The media must tell the truth. Now's the time to act. Now's the time to act. Now's the time to act. We need people from the assembly. We need people from the assembly. Gonna stand for solidarity. Gonna stand for solidarity. Never turning back. Never turning back. Some human rights abuses. Some human rights abuses. Some human rights abuses. Never turning back. Never turning back. Fight for migrant justice. Gotta fight for migrant justice. Gotta fight for migrant justice. Never turning back. Never turning back. Another world is possible. Another world is possible. A better world is possible. Never turning back. Never turning back. Gonna keep on moving boldly. Gonna keep on loving boldly. I'm gonna keep on loving boldly. Never turning back. Never turning
Oh, sorry.
right down in Surrey.
You don't have to anymore.
One must on the other and lead with other and lead with love. We gotta put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. Oh, it's one foot in front of the other and lead with. Sing it with me. We gotta put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. One foot in front of the other and lead with love. You got to put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. One foot in front of the other and lead. Listen, don't give up hope. You're not alone. Don't you give up. Keep moving on. We gotta put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. One foot in front of the other and lead with love. You got to put one foot in front of the other and lead with love.
Welcome, everybody. We're live streaming from the heart of central London. We've just passed Trafalgar Square, and this is an Extinction, a small English Extinction Rebellion march. Following on from actions elsewhere in the capital. Okay, so we're just behind the National Portrait Gallery now and heading into I'm a too small street here with lots of restaurants with savory smells coming out of them. However, on the other hand, we have quite a few placards here that are suggesting we should move to a vegan diet, which is one of the important things that we can do to help reduce emissions, carbon emissions. I think people are more highly motivated than ever to become involved with Extinction Rebellion following on the IPCC report last week, or is it week before next? Not quite sure now. But that's warned us we must take deep and rapid and comprehensive cuts in our carbon emissions if we're going to save the natural world, which sustains us. Half the people who are getting involved in Extinction Rebellion protests in the coming 2 weeks are people who have not protested before. We've seen an increase in interest in voicing our concerns, and we encourage you to come down and hear and interact with us over the next 2 weeks and join in. For some of us, there's still a little bit of time before we go back to the salt mines in September, and what better way could there be than to make our voices heard? You can bring the whole family. There's a family atmosphere here, despite a police presence which so far seems to be quite tolerable. We're heading up to Leicester Square now. Yep, you can see that there are various roles that you can play. In Extinction Rebellion, we've got someone here with a non-violence and de-escalation jacket on. They help to diffuse any tense moments between the public and ourselves. There are people who disagree with the way that we express ourselves. However, we're not really looking to make friends. Our message is more important. And there are many people who have heard the call of our message and are increasingly hearing it as they find that they know people who are being impacted by the climate and ecological emergency. It has yet to express itself in a huge way here, but some terrible, terrible things have been happening in other countries. There's loss of life. In some ways, some of it is our fault. Of course, the Extinction Rebellion drummers are the people that give us the energy, that keep us going, keep our spirits up, let us be heard. Our government doesn't like this. We're going to carry on anyway. We must be heard. We've got a great diversity of people here, people from every community, every age, all joining together. They're really going to get going now. They've developed some very distinctive samba rhythms that have come to signify Extinction Rebellion. You can hear them whenever you go to an action. You can know where we are.